Welcome back for the second day of the EU Strategy for the Baltic Sea Region's Annual Forum. Welcome back to Visby. Welcome back to you that are following this on your computers. We are very happy to see you here again. My name is Anders Bergström and I'm the host for this event. And today it will be focused on energy security. And it's a pleasure for me to give to you the moderator for this session. It's Karen Marie Sandgren. She is an energy expert really in the Baltic Sea region, and she's also the member of the planning committee that has organized this. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anders. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for joining us today. We have 90 minutes of exciting discussions about a very complex matter. And I do hope that we will be able to hold your attention and keep you away from your phones. I know we will do our best. As you can see, we have an exciting panel lined up today, and we will have a little bit of keynote speeches, some panel discussions, and at the end, we will also have some reflections from the Ukraine. So again, my name is Karen Marie Sandgren, and I'm delighted to be guiding you through this morning's very exciting session. And energy security and regional resilience in a civil preparedness perspective. It is a very complex topic. It not only has to do with will we have enough energy available, it also has to do with will we be able to protect and secure that infrastructure and the assets that we have that are providing us with the energy that we need. Unfortunately, we only have about an hour and a half today, so we won't be able to address all the complex issues within this very exciting topic, but we do have the benefit of drawing on the experience and insights of these all very different representatives of the key actors within this field. It is actually of great significance that we are on this island of Gotland because, as I think we all know, historically this has been the first front line of Swedish defense. And also, while we keep that in mind, we're also looking out over a sea that we rely on for a lot of things. We rely on it for food, for ecosystems, for transport, but also for holding a lot of our very vital infrastructure. And in recent decades, it has also been where we are expecting a lot of our future fossil-free energy to come from. So it means a lot to us, and we're demanding a lot. But I think to discuss this about energy security and regional resilience for the Baltic Sea region, it just is a prime example of how a lot of the very complex challenges that this region is facing all intersect and actually more or less all points into the same direction as exactly the resilience of the region and how we supply it with energy. And so this plenary today will explore and discuss how civil preparedness plays a role in achieving the region's goals to be safe and secure and independent as we have embarked on this transformation, the most important transformation, I think, of our generation, the green transition. How we go about doing that in a way that is both sustainable and also secure and future-proofing the way of life in our region. And to start us off, I'm very happy to welcome State Secretary of the Swedish Department of Business and Energy, Mr. Daniel Liljeberg. He will present the Swedish Ministers for Business and Energy's perspective on what defines the vulnerability of our energy security in the Baltic Sea region. Daniel Liljeberg, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And thank you for inviting me to this important meeting that you are having. And let me also begin by thanking the organizers for last night's dinner, which I thought was beautiful. And we could not help but note that there is a lot of Ukrainian presence. We had beautiful young Ukrainian musicians playing for us. And we had the important speech by Olga Torimtseva, the former Minister of Agriculture, who spoke to us. We feel that it's important to place Ukraine frontline and center of our discussions in meetings like this, because we all know what kind of struggle they are in. And not least when we talk about the matter of energy security. I was fortunate, together with my minister, Ebba Busch, to visit Kiev in March of this year. We were there for 16 hours. 16 hours, that's not a long time. But in that time, of course, energy facilities in Kiev were attacked. A place that we were supposed to visit was attacked. We had to cancel the visit because of that. And that's for 16 hours. And Ukrainians live with this day and night. It's hard for us Swedes to really imagine what they are going through. I was able to visit with the Ukrainian TSO, Ukrenergo, and they were explaining to us how they have to invest in concrete frames, so to speak, for their facilities in order to protect them from the continued attacks from Russia against the energy system. All this goes to say that energy security is important. Energy facilities will be weaponized in a time of conflict. And before I go on, let me just reinstate the Swedish government position, which is broadly based, I believe, in all political parties in Sweden, that Ukraine and the defense of Ukraine is the foremost foreign policy task of the Swedish government. On the energy side, we have been able to support the energy sector in Ukraine with about 250 million euros so far. But if we take a small step back from Ukraine, we can also look at the Baltic Sea. We know that even at a much closer proximity to Sweden, for instance, we've seen how infrastructure is targeted. For example, gas pipelines in the Baltic Sea, cyber attacks aimed towards companies in the energy sector. These events have fortunately not had so far a long-lasting impact on energy supply, but they indeed highlight the need to address energy security of supply. And I'm so glad that we are talking about this today. The Swedish government has recently presented a new total defense resolution for the period 2025-2030. It includes substantial reinforcements of total defense, both in the civil and military side. As we know from Ukraine, energy supply is fundamental in everyday life, but it's also critical in crisis situations. Crisis and war require extraordinary measures, which is why we're investing in energy preparedness. However, the foundation for a robust and resilient energy supply comes from how we design, reinforce, and expand our energy system. This needs to be done with an understanding of what can go wrong. And as you all know, the energy systems are governed by EU legislation. And one important feature of that is, of course, the N-1 rule, which means that the system has to withstand the failure of any single component, such as a power plant, a power line. In the electricity sector, for example, this means that the Nordic and Baltic regions can handle the disconnection of a nuclear power plant or one of our HVDC cables. The system should be robust with inherent redundancies. Then, and only then, is no single component critical. Through remote sensing and controlling options, system operators keep energy supplies flowing thereby. There is a tradition of handling disturbances, luckily, in the energy sector, such as weather-related events, since these have been occurring naturally. But if several events occur at the same time, we go beyond N-1, and the risk for outages increases. As we move forward, it is crucial that we have an all-hazards approach and are able to meet man-made threats, accidents, and natural disasters. We need to continue building robust energy systems with necessary redundancy. This is still just important as before. However, now, and we should have for the last 2 years, we need to take a fresh look at our risk assessment due to the current geopolitical situation. Do we need to increase our ability to repair components? Are training and exercises sufficient for facing new challenges we see? How can we strengthen the cooperation within our region? What resources are needed at the regional and local level? These are important questions to ask ourselves and together. Ultimately, energy consumers need to think about how they are affected by power outages and other supply disruptions, and if necessary, take action. So in closing, regional cooperation in energy supply is something that we do on a daily basis, and these issues are already on the agenda there. I hope this discussion can bring useful information and insights in a broader context, and that we all find something valuable to take back to our organizations and take action on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liljeberg. You're giving a great description of how we both should and are already preparing for the potential threats to our energy supply and our energy system, both on a national and on a regional level. Would you agree also that when Nord Stream 1 and 2 happened 2 years ago, and the cyber attacks we've also experienced since, that surprised legislators and politicians alike, and that we've stepped it up since then?
A little bit, yes. Maybe we have to admit that, but it shouldn't have. And now we should all be on our toes, so to speak, because these things can be expected. And if they don't happen, we should still be prepared for them.
Definitely. And also, is there anything else do you think we can do to utilize the various fora and structures for collaboration in, for instance, the Baltic Sea region to address these issues more directly and work together on finding contingency plans and I don't know, assess the level of risks and jointly work together to improve?
Absolutely, of course. And I think that should probably, and that's already happening, but even more so on the TSO level. I think they are instrumental in being prepared and knowing what's going on.
Well, that's good to know. And also, I was just wondering, since we do have actually representatives from the industry today, do you find that just the Swedish government or any government around the Baltic Sea, are they good enough at working closely with the industry who are out there being part of this very vast organization and structure of actors who have to get at the ready if something happens, for instance, to our energy structure? Because these are the guys who own some of it and deliver some of the components for it.
I should be diplomatic. It varies. There are good ones and bad ones. Okay. But I can easily say that we should and we can all improve.
Okay. Well, let's that be a good message for everyone to hear today, to pursue avenues for collaboration and shared ways forward. Well, thank you so much for your time, and if you don't mind, have a seat, and we will have some more Q&A from the plenary later on today. Thank you very much, Daniel Liljeberg. As I mentioned, Gotland itself holds some symbolic value to defense and preparedness for Sweden in particular, but also represents an island and a region with high level of ambitions and skills and activities that are driving this green transition and energy independence, no less. And our next speaker, he's an experienced former member of the Swedish Parliament for the Centre Party, and now he leads the Energy Island Gotland project. So please welcome Mr. Lars Thomsson.
Thank you, and I would welcome you in Gotlandish, but I don't think you understand it. So it's very nice to be here and make a presentation about the energy island of Gotland, and this is amazing what we will show. I borrowed this first slide from the military armed defense that they showed just 1 week ago. This is a new critical corner of the world today. It's really up in the front line between NATO and aggressive Russia, enormous aggressive Russia. And we know we have to strengthen the defense system, the military defense system in the Baltic Sea region, of course. But we also know that we need to have a lot of infrastructure for renewable energies. So they have to cooperate. That's the whole point of my speech today. This is quite amazing. For you see all these dots, they are what's planned for offshore wind farms, wind parks in the Baltic Sea today. For 5-7 years ago, nothing of this were existing. This is in different stages in the permission. Totally, it's up to 200 terawatt hours planning, and that's the figure is quite low. The total is much higher, I would say. And why is this planned in the Baltic Sea? It's, of course, we have extremely good wind conditions. We have shallow water, and we have not that many other interests in conflict here, except one, that's the military defense, of course. And the key factor is it's close to the German energy market, which have a shortage. And one certain point of this is that everyone realizes nowadays that we have to be self-sufficient from energy without depending on Russia. That's a key factor, of course. To do this, we have made a cooperation between 4 different energy islands, Bornholm, Åland, Saaremaa, and Gotland. They have all the same condition and context. And we realize that we really need a lot of infrastructure to carry out all this new energy, renewable energies. And of course, we need infrastructure both for hydrogen pipelines, as you see in the green lines here, and we need a kind of super grid in the Baltic Sea for the electric side. And that to have that done, we need really a multinational planning. And that doesn't exist today. So really a lot to do there and coordinate governments and the TSOs and even coordinate in EU, of course. Because this, the big amount of energy won't supply Gotland or southern Sweden, it will supply the north of Europe. This is why we started Energy Island Gotland. Around Gotland today, the plan is for 120 terawatt hours. That's amazing. If we compare with Sweden, we use 135 terawatt last year. And on Gotland by itself, it used 1 terawatt. In the future, we might use 4 or 5 in 10 years. We need that to transform our stone industry and the ferries. The ferries are not that environmentally friendly today, but we need to have hydrogen gas on the ferries. And if this should work, we have to find a coexistence with the armed forces. That's really essential. Without that coexistence, nothing will happen. So we'll work with that. And what is the win-win situation here? Yeah, all these surveillance systems, and then we take, we have sensors, we have cameras, we have microphones, we have air drones, we have subsea drones, we have fiber optics for all the critical infrastructure. If we put them together as a system, I've seen the system when I show them, then you have in real time the surveillance, monitoring the offshore here. And if you take the park number 15, for example, if we could place all those cameras, all the systems there, that would be a perfect win-win for the military defenses. So it's not a problem that we are planning a lot of wind parks in the Baltic Sea. It's a big option. And on Gotland, we are also plan to renew the whole grid system. Today we have 2 old grids, cables to the mainland, and now they are, thanks to the government, we have 2 new grids coming up in 2030. Small grids, but that will help us out. Today we produce 50% locally renewables energy, mostly from the wind and some part from the solar. But now when we're reinforcing this grid system, we really think island standalone capacity. That means we will plan for the worst. we all see what happens in Ukraine. The first thing that happens in a war, that's that they're cutting our main grid cables to the mainland. So we are now trying to make a plan, a study how to do that island standalone capacity. And we do it together with the armed forces, because they are very essential on Gotland and they need electricity as well. So we're taking them on the same side and work together with that. And we think we have a good idea how to do this standalone system. Finally, as Daniel started, this is the most important thing I say. If we don't let Ukraine win, nothing else matters, because the Baltic Sea will be in a totally different context. We will, what I've just told you for several minutes, it won't happen, because then we have to focus on Russia. So, and we just got one chance to keep up the order of rule in the world. And as you all can see, we see the cracks in the dam wall today. And we really have to step up and fasten what's happening, because this is critical. Ukraine has to win. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lars. And I think it's many thoughts and ideas arise from what you tell us. And I think there's a lot to be said for having such high ambition levels and insights, and for that matter, outward perspective, being a small island like Gotland. But I was also wondering, you said you had these ambitions about the decentralized system that this is based upon, and you have some good ideas together with the armed forces. Is this something you've already had good discussions with the local armed forces about on Gotland?
Actually, we started that work yesterday. That's why I wasn't here yesterday. We start up a project with the border Länsstyrelsen on Gotland yesterday. Yeah, we have some ideas, but we won't tell you that, of course.
But it's just you and me and some live streaming.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No one else.
The odd 100 people here. I understand. But to be honest, you have a long background within both national and regional politics. The kind of project that the Energy Island and the consortium of Energy Islands has a lot to do with bringing together a variety of interests and perspectives and stakes, if you will. And being a politician yourself and being used to having to bring all these different interests together, what do you bring with you into these new projects? What are your thoughts on how to bridge and balance all these different, very strategic, and from a societal point of view, critical interests that has to be aligned or at least balanced in projects like the Energy Island?
Good question. I bring into this work optimism, because I know it will succeed, because we have no option. We have two main courses that will increase in the Baltic Sea now. That's military defense. We have no option there, and that's climate transition. We have no option there. So we have to focus on those and take away some other issues and focus there, because the ground force is so strong, both for the military defense and the climate change. So we will solve it. I'm optimist.
That sounds very good, and I appreciate that. Are there any particular... You are an optimist, but are there any particular barriers that you would like to highlight and maybe inspire this crowd to come up with some constructive solutions to?
Yeah, the barriers number 1 and 2 and 3, that's to cooperate with the military defense system or the armed defense system. And there are some of the persons in the top level, they understand this now, but it hasn't gone down in the system. So today they are just saying no for every thought we have of wind power and even sun PV on Gotland, around Gotland. So that's the main purpose. Cooperate with the armed forces and have them understand this is necessary both for the military and the civil defense.
And do you find that with the other Energy Island projects that you collaborate with, that they see the same obstacles, or are you, I don't know, are you having different experiences in how you move forward with your various projects for these energy islands? But just, do people understand what an energy island is? That it is this hybrid island of both wind power and hydrogen, and yeah, you described that also with the infrastructure, but you know, it's a modern thing.
We got a little bit different situation in Swedish, of course, because we have the main obstacle is the armed defense group, and the rest of the world or rest of Europe have solved that problem pretty much. Take Denmark or Finland, for example. So we are a little bit behind there. We have some. The armed defense group have never been used to compromise, so that's one of the major problems.
You have military people behind you. Watch your back.
Yeah.
no, not.
He'll fix that. I trust in Donald.
We have some other experienced people. I just want to see: are there anyone in the room who have a question for Lars and his energy island? Yes, we have one there. Do we have a microphone?
Thank you. My name is Jaime Kamalic. I'm working at the Swedish Environmental Research Institute. I wonder if any ideas have arisen about using these structures for cultivation of marine species. I don't know, I think it's been successful in other countries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very good question. Yes, the win-win situation with the environmental issues in the Baltic Sea, which is kind of critical as another way, that's very obvious. You could grow things on them, and you could vitalize the sea with all this oxygen, pump it down, and so it's and then you have the reef effect when you build this wind power ground. So I would say it's a win-win even in that issue.
Thank you. Any other questions before we move on? All right. Well, thank you very much, Lars. That was very interesting. And please have a seat. Thank you, Lars Thomsen. As I mentioned earlier, we are demanding a lot of the Baltic Sea. And when we started using the sea for offshore power production, it also meant creating new physical environments that to some extent has interfered with, for instance, certain aspects of the armed forces' abilities to use radar, as we just heard, surveillance and training, as well as adding some new areas and more critical assets that need protection to an already large and complex portfolio. But these are known challenges and sometimes conflicts that are part of the reality for all countries who are working on producing more or developing more offshore wind, and thereby also meeting the rising energy demands that we have, and we need to meet this with fossil-free power. The next panel we will have on stage are some of those brave people who are working with this on a daily basis. We have representatives from the energy sector, some of the key energy companies here operating here in the Nordics, all with ambitions to build out offshore wind in these Baltic Sea. They have been kind enough to come today and share with us some of their experiences working with the whole, both balancing the interest with the armed forces and also considering how to go about enabling this energy security and energy independence, while we also have to take into a fact that these are vulnerable systems that need some level of protection. It is a work in progress, and we don't have all the answers yet, but at least these gentlemen that will join me on the stage in a minute, they will be able to share some of their perspectives and their experiences working with this. And we also have from the defense sector, from Saab Kockums, Håkan Engström, you can come up here, and Dujon Collins from RWE. We have Claus Nørgaard from OX2, and then we have Daniel Mortensen from Ørsted. Please give them a hand. And these gentlemen have prepared a few messages they would like to give to you. And Daniel, if you would kick us off, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Karen-Marie. And thanks again for the invite and the opportunity to visit this beautiful and charming island of Gotland one more time. Hopefully not the last time in my time, so to say. A short introduction besides the slide. My name is Daniel Mortensen. I come from the energy company Ørsted, which is the world's largest operator of offshore wind. If you don't know the company, we develop, construct, and operate offshore wind in the Asia-Pacific region between Taiwan and China. We operate in Australia and Korea and Vietnam. We also have activities in together with United States. This is a part of our business. More close to where we are today, we have been engaged since the beginning, actually together with Claus, now works for Works2, in the North Sea and Kattegat, and also in the Baltic Sea. So we also operate, develop, and construct in UK, Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, Poland, etc. A little bit more focused in, I come from the part of that company which is called Defense and Security. And what is it we do? Our job is basically to secure that we understand the concerns of the armed forces. And by understanding the concerns, we develop and we implement solutions that aim at removing those concerns. We basically mitigate those concerns or compensate for the concerns. That is one part of what we do. The other part we do is to look and understand the national requirements and expectations to national critical infrastructure and make sure that our assets is what we call an offshore wind power plant, that our offshore wind power plants are designed and implemented to meet those requirements and expectations to protection and security of national critical infrastructure. That was a short introduction. I would also like to come with a little bit of a Baltic Sea perspective following last year to frame this discussion and some of the points. We, as the nations around the Baltic Sea, I think we have a strategic opportunity. The Baltic Sea is a strategic opportunity in a world that is changing. And when I say that, I know many of you have different pictures of a world that's changing, anti-globalization, etc. But just imagine we've been gathering energy from around the world with a very low-risk scenario for the last many decades. Some would argue that is changing. We heard about the Ukraine situation and the threat from the east. What is the opportunity we have in front of us as neighboring countries around the Baltic Sea? It is a waste of amount of energy in the air, in the wind, in the Baltic Sea. And we, as nations, we have large areas of exclusive economical zones which are undisputed. Remember that? It's not everywhere in the world that you have that condition. We are among mostly friends in the Baltic Sea, which means we are relatively good at agreeing where can we place what and who has the right to use the wind in the Baltic Sea. Now, that amount of energy, if we combine that with offshore, large-scale offshore wind power plants, it actually gives us societies to be energy independent. We have been gathering energy from around the world since we changed to fossil fuels. Now we're able to get it just from our backyard. We don't have to go around the world to make sure that we can buy it at fair terms, transport it safely, etc. We just need to make our backyard secure. Isn't that an opportunity that's worth harvesting? If I go on a little bit more, of course that opportunity doesn't come without applying it to the new changing geopolitical situation and security situation around Europe and the Baltic Sea. I think from a personal perspective, it is obvious, or it seems obvious, that we need to take this into consideration. We need to make sure that our critical infrastructure, both onshore, both maritime, both in the air and offshore, of course, is protected and secure to that new environment. Of course we need to do that. Can we do that? Yes, we can, absolutely. And we don't just talk PowerPoints about this. To be very tangible, we are together with our partner in Poland implementing wind farms that are from the beginning designed to meet this new threat picture of hybrid threats. Everything you heard about Lars saying just before, that's reality today. That's what we implement. We implement wind farms that are designed together with the authorities to manage the new threats from hybrid actors or hybrid threat means, both in the physical domain, personal domain, but also in the cyber domain. We take it as a granted, but cybersecurity is a very complex area when we have to do with state and state-sponsored actors. Can it be managed? Yes, it can be managed. And that's what we implement today. So we have an opportunity. The world is changing, and it brings a risk into our offshore critical infrastructure. But remember, it's not offshore critical infrastructure some odd where in the world. It's our backyard. And we are actually proving today with hard designs and implementation, that this is something we can do as an industry and as state actors. How do we actually do that thing? And how do we ensure that things that are placed in the offshore environment are secure? Well, it all starts with our nations, either alone or going together. In this form, I think it makes a point arguing that we should do that in some sort of cooperation between our nations. We need to define a security strategy. We need to define what is it actually that is important. We heard N-1. Is N-1 enough, or do we need to think further? And we need to think about what is it then that needs to be best protected and less protected. Against what? This is what most people will call a national security strategy or security concept within critical infrastructure. Why is that important? Because not one entity can solve the problem of making our critical infrastructure offshore secure. It's not because I can do that as an operator alone. It's not because if I turn to Eva, the head of the Swedish Navy here, or the Pangdang in Denmark and saying, protect our infrastructure, they would say, it costs a fortune if they should do it alone. We can't turn to the TSO and call it N-N, 10, 11. It has to be a cooperation, and it has to be based on a strategy and a concept. It has to be a very precise split of responsibilities. That's what we need the strategy for, and the concept to know what kind of means do we use to protect ourselves in the cyber domain and in the physical domain, and who does what. What do I do as an operator? What do the Navy, the Coast Guard, or the Border Guard, depending on which nation we're in, what do they do? That's very crucial for making sure that we are designing and we're implementing infrastructure that fits the future environment. Comes without saying that there is a legacy onshore we need to also take into consideration. But does it cost money? Yes, it does. Is it for free? No. Does it cost a lot of money? Not in my opinion when I look at the business cases. But it doesn't come without that requirement from the national state. That we have to be razor sharp on. Energy infrastructure and energy supply is not different than any other commercial commodity. If there are not international and national regulations to how flight safety should be managed by the airliners, I'm not so certain that they would be as safe as it is to fly today. In other words, when you order an offshore wind farm by any of us standing up here, you will get the wind farm you order. If you order a wind farm with a high level of security, like Lars alluded to for his energy island concept, you'll get that. If you want the cheapest product, you'll get that. So it's a matter of the nations and alone and together define what kind of infrastructure do we want, what kind of level of security, who does what, and then we will provide our part of it. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Take it away, Claus.
Thank you very much. My name is Claus Nørgaard. I'm Danish from background, a little bit like Daniel, but I'm very, very happy that we can do this in English, so I don't need to practice my Swedish. It is my first time in Visby. I was a little bit asked, Claus, can you go on stage and speak for 4 minutes a little bit on this view of the world, and I'm happy to do so, but 4 minutes is not a lot, so I'll try to condense it a bit in. I've been looking very much forward to getting to Visby. I had my Swedish colleagues going here before me, and they talk about this magnificent event that was at Almedalen every year, and I thought, okay, I got to go to Visby, if for nothing else, then at least to see that part. So I was running yesterday seeing it. OX2 is this Swedish company that is developing a suite of onshore wind farm projects, and also in the latest 5 years have moved into the offshore wind space. So we're now developing 10 offshore wind farm projects in the Baltic Sea. The vast majority of them in a joint venture with our joint venture partner Inca Investment, which is the investment wing of IKEA, developing that one forward. The reason for Gotland being interesting for us is that we have 3 offshore wind farm projects in very late stage development around the island. That is that, as we heard the speakers before, it represents some of the better offshore wind sites that you find out there, also from a global perspective. So you get to some of the lowest cost of electricity harnessing it in this area. But it's also clear that when we're in the Baltics, we are also in a different national security situation, both timing-wise and also geographically. My own background is a little bit from building some of the world's largest offshore wind farms in the North Sea back in 2014, 2019. First of all, when you're in the North Sea, you're a little bit listening, monitoring towards very friendly allies in a relatively safe distance. The world was also a lot more peaceful back in 2014, 2015. it's clearly when you're in the Baltics and you are in 2024, you're in a different national security threat situation. So I fully subscribe to also what Daniel was just saying, that I think with any modern offshore wind farm that is getting implemented in these waters, it comes with a security package around it. You can sometimes wonder a little bit from a civilian point of view, is this threat towards national security and national significant infrastructure project, is that real? I mean, you will be fooling yourself if you do not believe that that threat is for real. We see an increased amount of surveillance going on for mapping critical infrastructure by foreign nations. There's cables being mapped, there's vessels being tracked, there's GPS jamming. So the threat picture is definitely for real, and it is increasing. So we've done a lot of development into that area, and I've been quite positively surprised to see a bit how far can you actually move this technology, for how can you actually protect national infrastructure projects. My first encounter with it was actually back there almost a decade ago, when you were starting to look a little bit at what could be done on that part. And I would say the technology has moved quite a lot in that space since, and it's quite impressive what you can do just with civil sensoring systems out there. So we've done all these crazy tests with a little bit more than 200 scenarios, a little bit on a cable between Åland and Sweden, and doing these mock-up scenarios. But if there's an aeroplane that comes in at hop height, can you actually track it with the radar? Check the box. You can definitely do that. You can also have hydrophones and underwater listening devices that can actually detect any subsurface activities. That is divers with artificial breathing systems, it is underwater drones that is being detected. The radar will also spot any drone of any decent size coming inside the wind farm area. Where I personally find the technology has been the most fascinating, that is that inside these offshore export, these transport cables, there is also a little fiber optic cable that was initially put in there just for data transmission. But it is so that this light that you have in that cable, that can actually also detect if there's acoustic noise around the cable. So when we started to play around with this some 10 years ago, it was a little bit like looking into an old-fashioned TV screen where you had all this white noise and you had all this data coming towards you. I think in Sweden it's called the Myrnes Krig, and you were trying to get a little bit of a picture out of that. But if you look at it in a 2024 setting, it is quite surprising what you can get out of it. So the test that we, for instance, did here in September, where there was a scooter in the water, the DAS system detects that. If there's a diver near the cable, the DAS system detects that. And even more impressively, even the cable that is going underneath a parking lot onshore, the DAS system is also detecting there's a car driving above the cable because it picks up the noise footprint from that car transiting. So the amount of data that you can actually collect from these offshore wind farms with, and I agree with Daniel's viewpoint, it is a very low capital ejection. It is a single-digit millions of euro, perhaps a slow double-digit million euro number on a 5 billion euro wind farm. The price tag for just having that increased surveillance of the wind farm is quite modest when it gets to it. And it is amazing what you can do in a 2024 environment. So I would almost say when implementing offshore wind, either in the territorial waters or the EEZ, that is most likely going to be the most monitored part of any seabed. It will be significantly easier to get through undetected outside the offshore wind farm than going through it and within. That was my 4 minutes, Karen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Duchamp, please go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today at this session and the panel. For me, it is my first time in Gotland and to Visby, but not to Sweden. You're probably wondering why there's a British person here. Well, I have worked with two EU energy companies, both Vattenfall here, the Swedish state-owned energy company, where I was there for 5 years, and now with RWE, the German energy company. RWE is a large company with over 20 years' experience in offshore wind. We develop, construct, and operate those wind farms. We have 19 operational wind farms today, including across the EU and NATO countries, 2 of them in the Baltic Sea, off Denmark and Sweden. And we have a series of other projects in construction and in development across the world. My own personal experience is I was in the Royal Air Force for many years doing air defence and for the final 2 years, looking for solutions to allow coexistence of both on and offshore wind with air defence operations. I've served with NATO and with EU allies on planning and operations, and now over 10 years working with the offshore wind industry. I co-chair a programme over in the UK between government and the sector, looking for modern solutions for the modern environment that we have for coexistence. And I co-chair Wind Europe's task force that looks at this topic, engaging with the European Defence Agency, engaging with NATO. I will focus on the session's objectives. There's about 4 that we were given, and I'm going to look at how can we utilise the solutions, know-how and resources of private sector companies in meeting the region's critical energy security challenges. How do we build a solution-orientated public and private ecosystem of trust and meaningful collaboration? And there's already been talk from the Minister, from Gotland here, and from my colleagues across the sector. It's about collaboration, cooperation. And so I'll delve into that and some of the lessons learned from the work I've experienced. Those who know me and have heard me or seen me before, I really do advocate for collaboration. When we're faced with wicked problems, we should work collaboratively. No one person or entity has got all the answers. We should be bound by a common purpose, and we should be hopefully aligned to reach beneficial outcomes, mutually beneficial outcomes. You might have different perspectives on how you get there, but let's work together. We need to understand what the key questions are. What are we trying to resolve? And stay fixed on those. It's very easy to go out of scope and come up with more and more questions. And we need to understand what the end point is. What does good look like at the end? We need to make sure that we delegate. We understand where the authority comes from, what that authority is providing with us, and what the empowered delegation is. We need to get the right people together at the right time, at the right place. What's really key are the resources that are available. What timescales do we have? What information, technology, and environment is going to be available for us to carry out whatever studies, tests, trials, real-world experiments to make sure we get to that end point? What experts are needed, and are they available? How much is this all going to cost? Who's going to pay for it, and why? It's always the white elephant in the room, but it's a very important one. We should be aiming to do this once. Repetition and duplication is a waste of resource. We're all strapped for time. We're all strapped for resources. Let's get together. Let's make sure that the program is right, and let's do it once together. Learn from others, learn from the past, but with a focus on the future and where we need to get to. Start with no idea is a bad idea. I call it a good ideas club. Everything, throw everything to the mix. But very, very quickly, you've got to really scale that down to what is reasonable, what is appropriate, what is scalable and deployable, and what is ALARP, what is as low as reasonably practical that is needed for the end point. The offshore wind sector, it's quite a young one. But you know what? It's got a great pedigree of working together. It does it really well. It does this together for technology innovation across its supply chain. When I started in this sector back in 2012, offshore wind technology, 120, 150 meters tip height, 5 megawatt machines. We're now looking at 15 plus megawatt machines of very significant size and efficiency. For policy regulation, business development, we have organizations such as Wind Europe, who are there in getting their members together, working with the regulators and the stakeholders on common matters. For health and safety, there's the G+ Offshore Wind and Health and Safety Organization that again gets all its members together with the regulators in that space, with the stakeholders, and comes up with good practice guidelines that supports the sector. So we can do it, we can work together, we can work with regulators, we can work with each other. This topic is challenging, it's dynamic, and the environment is sensitive. So we need to respect the different viewpoints and the perspectives, and we need to consider how we can engage and share information and communicate, being cognizant of the sensitivity, but that shouldn't prevent us from trying to do so, and I know we can. Energy security should not be a competitive edge between us, but a common objective that we aim to meet, working across the sector, across the sectors as well, and with private and public entities. It needs bottom-up motivation and expertise with top-down direction and guidance, and hopefully we'll get there.
Thank you, Dujan. Very inspiring. And Håkan, I know you have you brought a few slides that I think we will see.
No, you don't need them.
Are you sure?
Yep, yeah, okay. Fine. So my name is Håkan Ekström. I represent Saab, the defense and security company. I'm afraid I do not have anything correlated to sell to you, other than a few used winter tires, if someone interested. Yes. So my part of Saab is to work with this the naval domain, and the naval domain is very much obviously connected to offshore wind farms and also infrastructures on the sea. We usually use the term seabed warfare. That's something that is commonly used for the debate and the discussions regarding resilience and security and protection. I would like to use the word seabed operation, because we are a supplier for systems towards seabed operations. Now, seabed operations, by definition, is within two different domains. One of them is the commercial ones, and my colleagues here at the panel is the user for the commercial operation. Commercial operation normally is all about offshore wind farms, energy, and oil and gas production, and other types of topics and works to be done on the seabed or on the waters close to the seabed as well. So that is the one thing as well that we supply. The other one is obviously the military part of it. And when we discuss resilience and cooperation between commercial entities and military forces or military assets, you have to remember that the military seabed operations are usually connected and divided into two different topics. One of them is offensive seabed operation, and one is defensive one. Now, both of these are used for territorial defense, normally. Offensive operations include assets all the way up to submarines and the hunting of submarines as well. That is to be able to create the threshold for the nations in order to keep their territorial waters safe. That's offensive ones, but it's from an overall defensive territorial perspective. The other one is defensive seabed operations from a military point of view. One of the things, and I was happy to see a project that goes among to EOD, or disposal of explosive ordnance. Mine countermeasures, disposal of sea mines, and those type of things are most predominantly the defense type of capabilities, or defense type of seabed operations. Now, within the Baltic perspective, it is always easy to say that, well, it is a bit different in the Baltics, because the military operations and the fact of the topography and the seabed, and also the water and the water characteristics of the Baltics is very different from deep sea and big ocean capabilities. So we always talk about brown water or shallow water and archipelagos and everything. Basically, every problem you can send into a military operation to counter any threat under the sea, well, you can fight it in the Baltic Sea. So that means that the cooperation is very, very important, but it also adds to the complexity of creating the resilience and the protection of the infrastructure down there. One thing that is the common topic from both commercial and defense operations is surveillance, underwater surveillance. Daniel mentioned a few things of those, saying that in order to keep track of what's out there, and keep track of if something happened. We had the example of DAS, distributed acoustic sensing, as it's called. More of a pro pitch than I will do, actually. So that was nice. So those type of things and sensors is really, really used, and it goes down to surveillance of the underwater domain. That's the commonality of the two. However, the surveillance is done from two different perspectives. It's either production of energy, production of oil and gas, or securing the transformation of data being sent. That's the production point of it. And the other one is the protection side of it, which obviously goes into governmental entities, including the defense forces and others. So what does that mean? Well, it means that you have data management and data asset planning, or the asset planning or asset management to consider in that. And I think we will probably come back to that question of rights and responsibilities. And the right to data to be used for either protection or production, that's an interesting thing. Us as a supplier for systems, we see this from the two sides of our users, basically, where you, for production point of views, in order to keep the operation going and the production of energy going, you need to be monitoring how it works, things that work. If it breaks, you need to fix it, because basically it's a commercial entity and it's commercial purpose of our operation. The other one is then to have the data management connected to, well, trigger points. Keep your defense and be able to know when something is out of the ordinary, the anomalies concerning potential threats, and also protection of the borders. So that is something that is very a hot topic from both sides, and it goes back to the need for rules and regulations. I mean, if I would say to the gentleman here to the right of me, saying, who owns the data that you collect in your operations? Well, you do. Well, who wants to use it? Well, states want to use it. The national authorities want to use it. Well, will you supply them the data? Yes or no? I mean, those type of rules and regulations is very interesting, very important to really set in that sense, and to a bigger sense also to create the joint resilience of energy and the protection of infrastructure. If I also talk a bit about the technical trends from a commercial side, this is something that we see. We had an example of technology. What we see from our side of view, from Saab point of view, is that obviously as the demands for more energy increases, we also see that the demands for being able to have more persistent operations also increases. From a technology point of view, it's something to be discussed in terms of level of autonomy, creating an opportunity to keep operations on remote and, well, maybe not in the Baltics, but in all deeper waters as well. And that means that you need to bring out the human factor of it, of having uncrewed system instead to have the persistent operation, because it comes down to money and investments as well. From a military point of view, the increase in demand for protection also means a need for scalability in the defense capacity. And it's not as easy to have a admiral or a commander to say that, well, I would like another frigate, because that's not really the way it works, because those are used for the topics already well established within the military domain. So the scalability will probably be with something else, which is very much technology-wise close to what we see for the needs in the commercial domain as well. So scalability is very a driver into the military point of view, and the need for persistent operations from the commercial one, I would say. A few things on innovation, and I'm talking specifically for defense innovation initiatives. Within the EU, there are a number of initiatives. The big one for us in the defense industry is obviously the EDF, or European Defence Funds. Those of you who knows that the submission for this year's proposal is next week, so I can assure you that there is slight panic in the defense industry in Europe at the moment. But it's a very, very important stepping stone to get together the European view on that, and also to bring together the industry based upon how to build capability for resilience and protection of infrastructure, and also to increase the threat levels or the thresholds for other threats as well to states and the region itself. NATO is another player in this, of course, but you have to remember that the difference between EU and NATO is basically the EU would like to secure and to facilitate the capability within Europe from a defense point of view. NATO is all about the best of execution for military operations. But as we see it, there is an increasing of defense initiatives, which we think is a very, very good idea. But it has to be matched with the regulatory developments and the rules of regulatory issues, and also who owns what and who's responsible for what type of operation. Right, I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Håkan. And thank you to the four of you. I think we can all appreciate how complicated these questions are, and how much technological insight and innovation goes into even thinking up, well, understanding the complex challenges that we're facing, but also coming up with the solutions to try and manage and meet these. I think you are all very much focusing on, which I think is very positive, that collaboration is key, that working together and pooling your resources and your insights is actually something that has to go beyond the commercial competition that is also in the market, which I think we all appreciate and applaud. I just wonder if there might be some questions from the audience at this point. Anyone wanting to ask questions to them? No? Then I just want to start with you, Håkan. You are requesting a lot of new, or I don't know, is it new regulation or is it just clearer regulation? Because the answers that you're looking for, can we find those in existing regulation and in existing jurisdictions, or
yes.
Are you dreaming up something else?
Yeah, sometimes I get this from colleagues, and I get this also from other entities that said, well, there's a lot of talk about cyber warfare and protection of infrastructure, but it doesn't seem to happen. Nothing happens, and I think that it will always, I go back to the internal truth that technology will never be the problem in that sense. You can always develop technology faster than regulatory entities. So I think that it needs to take time, but it needs to speed up in terms of creating the levels of awareness and the levels of responsibilities. So, I mean, at the moment now, we are all sort of having a defense which is just in case of the crisis. So in order to get these two together, I would say that the need for responsibility, clear responsibilities, and changes in responsibility depending on where in the conflict scale we are is very, very important. That's a matching piece that needs to be there from the technology.
Is that your message both to the representative from the ministry behind you, as well as maybe
a bit, yes.
the MSB coming up in a minute?
No, but and a note on that, on the cooperation, very much, and this is also a very good thing, because, I mean, our initiation, our participating in the European cooperation or defense innovation initiatives are very much driven from the member states, and that goes for every country within the EU. So the industry is very much in cooperation with the authorities, and it's a joint-driven interest of being active in the EU initiatives.
Very good. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I'm sure we have time. Dujon, you come with a very specific experience from all sorts of positions within this field and for many, many years. How have you seen this topic develop just in the past 15 years? And what are from the different chairs you sit on, what is the biggest hindrance to pursuing this collaboration rather than beauty contest that you're talking about?
Governance.
Back to that.
So, I mean, really, what did I talk about? I talked about program management, didn't I, from a very high strategic level. And without governance and direction from the top, and the willingness from the workers, the people who've got to do the studies, the trials. Without that marriage between the two, it's really tricky to go there. We'll just run around like headless chickens, doing our own good ideas. And what we really need to do is collaborate. And I think actually there is now the spirit of collaboration a lot more. So European defence agencies running a project Symbiosis, which is Horizon funded, that's due to end next year. It's been running for about a year already. And that's great. You've got all these defences, they're running workshops, they're looking at coexistence, they're being solution focused. What's the problem? But we need to think about solutions. We need to understand there's going to be change. And they've got both stakeholders from the defence community, both the defences and the defence companies, as well as the energy sector. And that's great. Let's get them together, let's problem solve, let's look at some solutions going forward. And it's not just about the technology, because I believe the innovation around technology, it's so fast. We can't keep up with it. Regulation can't keep up with it. So I think the real importance is governance from the very top, at a national level, a regional level, NATO level, EU level, whichever it is, dripping down, dropping down, giving people empowerment to then go and get the solutions out. The solution isn't always technology, it's working together as well.
And creating this, this community of trust, as you were talking about. And just a final question to Daniel and Klaus together maybe, because if you look inside yourselves and your companies, so what is a major barrier for engaging in this open and trustful dialogue with your competitors to solve this? Just a brief remark on that, if there is anything you would like to disclose.
Yeah, I would actually give Klaus just 2 minutes of thinking to be more accurate on that, and then I would steal a little bit from Håkan and De Jong. Håkan said regulatory, and we talked about what needs regulatory change. De Jong talks about governance. You actually have spot on, in my opinion, where the trick is today. Our armed forces just take that token. We have protection of critical infrastructure, and we have upholding national defense capabilities. Our armed forces today in most of our nations are primarily occupied making themselves ready to fight a conventional enemy. That's their main task. So now just bear in mind, if we come in through the door and say we would really like to cooperate around finding a solution, how we can uphold your capability to do that task with a wind farm in the middle. What would be the standard answer for most armed forces? No, that's not what I'm putting the world to. I'm not going to use the taxpayers' money on something that is not my core task number one. And now we come back to regulation and governance. That basically means someone higher than the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Energy, would need to say, this is something that we as a society want to use our resource on. Find a solution to that. If you go into the critical infrastructure environment, it is between the chairs. It's the chair of us operating the wind farm. It's the armed forces, which Håkan, in the best example now, will have to represent. It is also the Ministry of Energy or Climate, whatever we call it, the one that is responsible for our nations having energy, the cheapest possible energy. Now, everyone needs to go together. We know most nations works best if there is a governance higher than that, that tells armed forces, you have an old task, which is to fight and win a war. But we can see now in Ukraine and what is happening, we also need to defend our critical infrastructure. That belongs to you together with maybe police or border guard. It doesn't exist in many nations today, that tasking. Because if that tasking doesn't exist, why should they then open the door and have the conceptual discussions around how do we utilize the systems Klaus has tested and Lars is describing? How do we merge that into a national surveillance center and some method of reacting to it? We need governance. And we need a change in regulations in most of the nations to have this strategy and this concept being operationalized. I hope that was enough, Klaus, to come with.
Klaus, do you have a closing remark?
Yes, I of course have. I was just wondering how to actually do it sufficiently short.
Oh, we have
I think I would
plenty
say
of time.
it's a little bit, perhaps also for me, a little bit this bubble bee approach, right? It doesn't know it can fly, but it can't fly or not ought to, but it's doing it anyway. So I think there can also be a little bit this with energy companies and states, and none of them are particularly fast-moving animals. So there is this tendency to constantly be waiting for each other, where I'm a little bit of this approach, why don't you try to do as much as you actually can do? and you can do a lot inside the current regulation. So go out there, test the kit, and I mean, it's fascinating to be experimenting what you can actually do on that part, certainly on the civil side of the censoring part. So I mean, we are leaning all in on that one. But I do agree quite a lot with what Daniel is saying. We can do the censoring, we can do the detection, we get all the data in, it's all there, and we can detect it, we can see there's a hostile threat, but then what? Right? I mean, any engagement that is for the Coast Guards, that's for the armed forces, that is not on the civilian side. And I agree also with Daniel that it has been difficult over the years to get into that dialogue room with the armed forces, and that is regardless of whatever nation it is that we are operating in. Some nations have been more exposed to offshore wind for a longer period, so there the ice is about to have melted, so you can actually get into a sensible discussion with the armed forces on some of the nations. For other nations where offshore wind is a bit new, it is a little bit like Daniel saying, the first answer is no, and then the next answer is absolutely not. But that is just the starting point for negotiations, and that is kind of when you then start to move upon it. But I also agree that it would benefit from a little bit of a top-down instruction, that you need to open the door and you need to invite the private sector in on this part, otherwise the door will likely remain shut.
Okay, Håkan, tiny brief.
Exactly. Yeah, just a short comment, and in discussion with the armed forces, as I say, the types of military operation is always within the underwater domain, covert, and thereby also deniability. So it means that even if you are there to protect, you don't even want to be seen yourself. So you always need to put that perspective into as well. I mean, if you had sensors everywhere listening to everything, that means that you would be actually exposed yourself. So, yeah.
Great. Well, thank you very much. This was truly exciting, so thank you for sharing all your important insights. And please have a seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I'd like to welcome a very central figure of the civil preparedness in Sweden. The Swedish Civil Contingencies Agency, the MSB, is a rather unique institution to Sweden, and it's instrumental to the coherent preparedness across society. So I'd like to welcome MSB's General Director, Charlotte Petri Gornicka, please.
It's tempting to say gentlemen. So thank you, Karen, and thank you all for being here. It's true to say that it is really an important time to come together and discuss collaboration. I have a 7-minute speech. I'm going to take 5 minutes of it because the beginning of the speech is a little bit of the background on, why are we here? And I think we just need to take a deep breath and realize the security situation overall, but also very much in our region, is really, really tough. And it's not getting any... I mean, there is obviously some light in the tunnel. That's what we're here to discuss. But there is so much we need to realize in the surrounding world. So the reason why and the commitment to come together and discuss the how-to cannot be stronger. So it's important to not waste time in doing so. I represent an agency which is one of the core agencies in the Swedish system of total defense. And when I listen to the conversation before me, I really think it is important to take a little bit of time around that heading, because you are referring a lot, rightly so, to the military side of the equation. When we look into society, when we look into the Swedish society, everything we talk about that needs to function, at least 80% of what we talk about that needs to function, is either owned and or run by private sector. So it's the civil side of society that is actually the solution to the military side. And if we don't speak, somewhat a common language between the two parts of the concept total defense, which is military defense and civil defense, if we don't find the entry points for this, we're going to continue to talk about the need to. And it is important that we talk about the need to, and we shouldn't waste time. But I do think that it is important to see how do we do that and where do we come into play. So MSB is the node in a Swedish preparedness system, if you will, for the civil side of preparedness. And what is Sweden doing and how do we approach the challenges that we know? I think it's fair to say that we're in a time where the heading would be that we are building back better. Our political leadership is both determined and impatient. And every day we have the governance, if you will, the government, telling us, get going. Don't wait for the perfect solution. Take risks, which is not what agencies are used to, especially not with the private sector. There are so many risks in that equation. But the government is actually saying, get going. So we are. And it's not a secret that that Sweden dismantled much of its civil defense infrastructure at the end of the Cold War. And like many other European nations, that reduced our defense spending, and Sweden cashed in on the peace dividend. But it's been a rapid development the last years. As of 2 years now, we have a national system for civil defense in place, which sets out something of what you are asking for. Maybe you want more details than what I'm offering here. But it has clearly defined sectoral responsibilities in a Swedish preparedness system across 10 sectors, which is energy, transport, telecommunications, law and order, health. 10 most important sectors, and that wasn't 10, but there are 10 sectors, and also clustered the Swedish municipalities and counties into 6 regions. And that is the governance model, if you will, in a Swedish civil defense system, which has clear objectives to work for. And the government has, just like yesterday or so, pointed out that the direction for this preparedness system is for the civil defense to support the military defense, but also to make sure that critical societal functions are at a level that will maintain a society that works as normal as possible. But the priority is clearer now: support the military defense. It wasn't that clear just, months ago. So there is a big change, not change, but clarity of direction. MSB, as I said, has a responsibility in the system overall, but we also have a leading role in one of the sectors, which is the rescue services and civil protection. And we learn from Ukraine. We learn every day, and I think we can agree that most of the pictures we saw, because we weren't there in the beginning of the war, was rescue services having to deal with situations that couldn't be described as a fire. So much more of horrible duties on the rescue services, and it's true to say we don't know really how to do that in a Swedish context. So the government has decided to put in place civil conscription, which is about, we need as a government, or the government needs to know that there is a critical mass of capacity in the rescue services for dealing with a situation of war. So since just a month back, we now educate fire workers or rescue workers in how to handle a situation of war. This is just examples of a really high-speed building back better process for being prepared. And we do this, and I think one of you said, we need to work together while there's time to work together, and not when the crisis hits. And I think that is really one of the most important time not to waste, is to do that, because we are kind of preparing for something that might happen, probably not in Sweden first. We are talking about the Baltic region here. I think what we are discussing today in Sweden is that we also need to understand that the role that we play, geopolitical, is perhaps to be a host nation. And that is not necessarily, you know, a weapon war in Sweden. So we need to prepare for these scenarios. And in doing so, we need to come together while we can still be talking to each other in a room. Because honestly, when the crisis hit, there is probably not so easy to communicate. So again, no time to waste. And when it comes to what we realize is that the actors that has to come together, the 98% of society, which is not the military defense, has to be involved. People need to be prepared to take care of themselves for at least a week so that the military can focus on what they need to do to make sure that we can withstand 90 days. There is a reason to really, really mobilize the whole of society. And in that goes, I think the most important relationship is with the private sector, because that's the one that we are not used to. That's the one that we don't really know how to, because we don't speak the same language and we are a little bit afraid of the risks that entail. And MSB has, for this reason, been tasked by the government to start to work building maybe the system that can answer your questions on who's in charge, who's going to pay, who talks to whom, what is the need. A node system. We are looking at Finland. Finland has a good system in the emergency supply system there. It's about a nationwide system to make sure that we can secure the most important supply of goods and services in case of heightened alert or war. And MSB has now been asked to test two kind of entry points that then can be serving as a bit of a model for a system overall. This is not only about the energy as a sector, but when we talk to the other sectors like healthcare, food, whatever, they just say we cannot do anything without energy. So it's underpinning everything. It's like, don't work sectorial, because we know what to do in our sector, but we need to be reassured that there is a horizontal take on energy. And in this system that we're trying to build now, that's the role, to be looking into the horizontal flows and roles and responsibilities, and be proposing a way of working in Sweden. That's not easy. And final thought is that, so we're building this now. Finland has it. Denmark is also, I mean, we're all trying to find a way to do this. And then somebody said, who's going to pay? Well, maybe we can answer that question, but then, you know, how will we find the finance for all of this? It's not cheap. And can we start to build this system based on cooperation from the start, rather than think about Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, Baltic? Can we make sure that we have already from the point of departure a more Baltic, if you will, even EU, NATO, but maybe that's taking it too far as a system. But I do think that there is an opportunity and a reason to look into a collaborative model early in building this system. And I hope that we can provide not only meetings where we talk about collaboration, but actually some models that we can dispute and then implement when we find that they are ready to be implemented. So thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you. So.
Thank you, Charlotte. Thank you very much. And again, as you said, it's a node approach, and I think this is where you have very special skills and competences from the MSB. Our time is running fast. I just want to see, do we have our guest from Ukraine online also? in a minute maybe. But I just want to reflect on the fact that you're talking about collaboration as well, so are everybody else here, everybody looking for governance. So I guess also just as a reflection from us here today, having these platforms for regional collaboration and project work, that should be the key to solving some of these problems, but I guess we just have to find out which platforms exist, which forums exist, and how to make maybe better use of it. So hopefully we'll find some answers to these questions soon. Charlotte, if you would sit over there, I just want to see if we have... Yes, we do, sorry. Okay, thank you. And again, time is running fast, but I'd like to welcome our next speaker, Sergei Savchuk. He is from Vitagro Group in Ukraine. He's a businessman who has been working both with the energy sector in various capacities, both public and private, for many, many years, and now working with this particular bio company. And very lovely to have you here with us today. You are live on Gotland in Visby. And we were hoping that we don't have many minutes left, but if you could just briefly reflect a little bit about your experience with the energy security in Ukraine, the vulnerabilities you have experienced in recent years, and what you see for the future of resilience in the energy supply in Ukraine going forward. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is a big honor to speak in front of such esteemed audience. My name is Sergei Savchuk. I am Chief Investment and Business Development Officer of Vitagro Group. What about energy in Ukraine? You know that the enemy has carried out over 1,000 attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, resulting in the loss of up to 9,000 megawatts of electricity generation capacity. As a result, we are currently experiencing electricity shortages for both residential and budget sectors, and in parallel, industrial consumers. Throughout the war, we have felt the continued support of our allies and donors. Ukrainian cities are receiving gas cogenerators and actively installing them, allowing for the simultaneous production of electricity and heat from locally available natural gas. This development supports decentralized cogeneration, which is more resilient to enemy attacks. Businesses are also adopting this approach. Today, many companies have started purchasing and installing their own natural gas cogenerators to avoid power outages. In addition, the cost of electricity and the heat generated through these units has proven to be lower than sourcing energy from the national electricity grids. Together, we are making strong efforts towards energy independence. As a Chief Investment Officer at Vitagro Group, a large agricultural holding, we began investing in renewable energy in the early months of the war. We have invested, starting from the war, in 18 solar power plants, including those supporting our livestock farms. Additionally, we have built facilities to produce biomethane from manure, because we have our cattle farms, and bioethanol from corn as an alternative to gasoline. Now we have been processing 85,000 tons of corn annually in order to produce bioethanol. At our bioethanol plant, in addition, we installed a natural gas cogenerator that uses natural gas to supply electricity and steam to the facility through distributed generation. And the government of Ukraine provides some assistance to support these efforts.
Sergei,
looking ahead...
Sergei, I just want to say, so just yeah, exactly, looking ahead, just a brief remark on what do you see the future resilience of the energy system? What is the components of a resilient future energy system in Ukraine? Sorry, we just have a minute left, sorry.
Okay. Looking ahead, what we see it is the need for increased collaboration between the government, municipalities, and businesses to install distributed energy generation facilities across Ukraine, and renewable energy must be our main trend. And all foreign investors in Ukraine's energy system is welcome in renewable energy. Thank you for your attention.
That was fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Savchuk.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if I can just say, we're sorry that you're not with us here today in person, but we're very happy to hear that you're actually running a successful business in Ukraine and really contributing to the future resilience of the energy system. We hope to be able to welcome you again, but thank you so much for your contribution today.
Thank you.
And of course, now we're very much close to the end of this session. I was hoping we had more time for questions, but maybe you will take this opportunity to grab some of these brilliant people out in the lobby and ask your questions, and then together we can continue the discussions on how to make a resilient region based on energy security. I just want to give one note to Charlotte, because it's interesting. You arrived here today. I hope it was on a one-way ticket, because tomorrow you start you begin her new position as the governor of Gotland. So I want to applaud you for that as well. Welcome to Gotland.
We like that.
And with that, I just want to say thank you very much for coming today. Thank you to the speakers, and thank you all very much for lifting these subjects forward in your work with the regional strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen Marie. Now it's a coffee break, and at 11 o'clock. Take your seats. I know that it was a very short break for you now after the workshops, but we have soon lunch, so don't worry. We are now going to speak for 45 minutes, and then you will have lunch. And so, welcome back also for you that are following this on our streaming. We are now back in Visby. We are back at the annual forum for the EU strategy for the Baltic Sea region, and it's time for the concluding remarks. And we have invited Sławomir Tokarski, that is Director at the Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy at the European Commission, and he's responsible for territorial cooperation, to be the moderator for this concluding remarks. So, Sławomir, welcome. The floor is yours.
Good. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for this occasion to wrap up and have some concluding remarks. But the panelists whom you will see right now are not the usual panelists, are not usual stakeholders of Baltic Sea strategy. So they come a little bit from the external world, and I think it will be really interesting to hear from them how they perceive Baltic Sea strategy, what they see as a sort of attractive, and what they see as something that needs to be maybe done better in a more attractive way. So on my left, Nadia Afanasieva, who is a director of Ukrainian Institute for Internal Politics, also with a lot of experience in EU affairs. She's also training regional local authorities in Ukraine for the access to European funds. And she also had some experience with macro-regional strategy for Danube River. And then we have also the pleasure to host today Sigge Eriksson, who is the first Vice President of the National Council of Swedish Youth Organization with responsibility for EU and international affairs. But maybe before I pass floor to them, a couple of introductory remarks to give a little bit context to this debate, to this interview. Now we are talking about Baltic Sea strategy in a very particular moment. First of all, we heard a lot about, we discussed a lot Russian aggression against Ukraine, something that redesigned totally the security map of Baltic Sea region, something which put in a totally new situation eastern regions bordering Russia, and something which is not expected at all. I remember from my past in defense industry that in 2012, European Union published European security strategy, and in the introduction, the first words where we were never, as a European Union, so safe in our history. We were never surrounded by so good, willing neighbors. Now it sounds a bit strange today, only 12 years ago, but it shows the extent of the changes that Europe, but also Baltic Sea region underwent in those years. Secondly, right now we are discussing the future of the EU, the next multi-annual financial framework, the policies that we should implement. So it's a good moment to reflect about the role of macro-regional strategies. And I would like to single one thing from the reports of Draghi, of Letta, even from the nice cohesion report, is this compelling narrative for collaboration. We heard many examples of those cases today in the morning. We heard about the Baltic being energy island. We heard about civil security. We heard about defense. So the case is really compelling, but the other statement in the Draghi report is that it's not working properly in the European Union. And even with the instruments like cohesion policy or RF, we never managed to get this cooperation happening in the EU. And maybe that's a mistake, because if we can distinguish something that is specifically European, that should be this cooperation element, this collective competitiveness and collaborative innovation. That is something that can differ us from the US and from China, that we can do better. Thirdly, we have also discussion on the future of cohesion policy, and certainly macro-regional strategies are a part of this discussion. We will have the first harvesting event of those consultations in the end of November, where we'll be also discussing macro-regional strategies. also with the youth councils that are existing right now by each strategy. So this is also the right moment to put some thinking into how the macro-regional strategies should look in the future. And finally, the enlargement. Very recently, Council noted the progress of Ukraine towards the enlargement, towards the accession. And it's also interesting because clearly enlargement is not a business as usual. We already see that Ukraine has participated in many EU policies, which was not the case before, and certainly there will be room for new ideas in the future, and certainly Baltic Sea strategy can play a role in this context. So these are the opportunities, but at the same time we also see the need for macro-regional strategies and for Baltic Sea strategy to do something more in terms of political engagement, in terms of financial engagement, in terms of engagement of civil society and youth in particular. So maybe the first warm-up question to you, Sige. And I think, take it as a positive that you stayed with us for the whole 2 days until today, so that's already some form of recognition. But what are the impressions of those 2 days? What was striking for you? What you found particularly interesting?
Well, thank you very much, Naomi, for inviting me to speak. And first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, and also the Nordic Council Minister's Office in Lithuania for organizing the seminar yesterday on the Nordic-Baltic Youth Summit, which I participated in. And also the region of Gotland for your hospitality here and the venue. First of all, I would like to elaborate a little bit on what I do and to give you perspective on the National Youth Councils. The field of youth policy is a horizontal policy area where you can have policies on all different areas, including those areas we have been speaking of these two days. So infrastructure, sustainability, security, resilience are all covered in the field of youth. There are about 650 participants in this annual forum, and in one way or another you are a part of shaping the future of youth, but also being part of youth policy. So, how has my experience been, and what do I draw links from this annual forum? With the overall themes of this annual forum of sustainability, resilience and security, young people we see, we understand, and we are affected by all these policy areas and the actions and decisions that you, as civil servants, but also decision makers, are taking. Building civic resilience, security, long-term cooperation in the region, combating disinformation, and preparedness issues are all issues that my member organizations are working on in different kind of projects. We see ourselves as a contributor of defensive resolve and building fellowships in local and national communities. And the important part is an investment of the young civil society and the civil society in general is an investment in security issues and civic resilience. So for me, the mutual interest and the discussions that I've been taking part of has been interesting, and I'm very glad for being participating. But there is an unfortunate lack of young people here in the room, and we will get to that part as well. But young people could both benefit from being here in this kind of context, but also contribute with their views and their experience.
Thank you very much. Nadia, to you. You have a lot of experience with different configurations of European funding, European politics, and so on and so on. So from this perspective, what's your take on Baltic Sea strategy? What have you seen during those 2 days?
I have seen the real family. During the presidency in the Danube strategy, when Ukraine had a presidency in 2022, it was for us a very strong support, real family support, and being here for the second time in Gotland, second time in the annual forum organized by Swedish presidency, I really feel myself as a kind of the family, and I was asked to have a kind of the outsider view, but I really don't feel myself outsider here. I feel very, very attached to the Baltic Sea strategy because we have already a lot of projects together. Our Ukrainian partners here who presented to you a lot of projects during these 2 days, which we do have together. This example with Zmiivka, with the Ukrainian village, which is supported by the Gotland, this is really something which attaches us to the strategy and attaches us as a people-to-people cooperation. And we really understand that this is something which we need to develop more. And the war actually showed us that we need to be even stronger in our cooperation. We need to use any possible resources which we have, such as human resources as well, because we really think, and I think this is one of our main points which we need to come up from this forum, is that we are all people-oriented. All the projects are people-oriented. If we build roads, if we build if we do something in defense, if we do something in innovation, this is all people-oriented. All the projects are like this, and our people and people-to-people cooperation doesn't have any borders. So we can develop ourselves with a very strong mission of our two macro regions, I can say even more. We can think about some joint even macro regions, but also from my point of view, I would like also to tackle the macro regional week, which is organized by the European Commission each year. This is one of the issues. If you are not aware about other macro regional strategies, we have 4. Please go there, because this is one of the issues, one of the events which will give you a very clear understanding how close we are. And it doesn't matter whether you are from Switzerland, from Ukraine, from Moldova, from Sweden, from whatever, from Italy, the priorities are very, very close to each other, and we can share a lot of experience together. This is just from the very personal experience. And we can find a lot of different approaches when we are cooperating with each other. So this is probably one of the main points.
Thank you. Sige, Nadia was talking about this people-to-people orientation, and how would you make then the strategy itself after those 2 days, after today's session on engagement, how would you make it more use-oriented?
The strategy, you mean, or the forum, the strategy? Well, to be honest, from my perspective as representative of the young civil society and one of the national youth councils in the region, the EUSBSR does not at the moment have a youth body, or has, to my understanding, not had it so far. For me as a representative, it is highly valuable and an utmost priority that we have a youth body that could be involved and also engage young people in the cooperation of the region. So for me, it's about time that we realize this one, to have a youth body as for the other regions have at the moment. Either they have a structured one or they're on their way to implementing one. So that is one of the takeaways. One also important part is that while reviewing the next EUSBSR action plan, youth and young people need to be more involved in both the reviewing, but also mentioning. Today, to my understanding, there are very few times that young people are mentioned, but in many of the areas, young people are definitely affected, as I said earlier on. When it comes to youth policy, all the policy areas that you have in the strategy is affected by young people directly or indirectly. So the competence and the experience of young people really need to be taken care of. On the question of an added PA, to say a policy area on youth questions, I would say that is a priority that could be considered, but on the term of and respect and keeping the horizontal approach to the other policy areas as well. We can't see that young people are just experts on the youth policy area, because youth policy, as I said, is the policy area of the whole strategy. So if added, you should also consider to have the horizontal approach as well. One thing that also is worth mentioning that to my understanding, there have been 3 representatives from national youth councils here. It's been me, and there's been 2 others from Finland and Lithuania. We have existing structures today in the region that we can use, both to involve young people, but also to contribute to the work that you do in the specific fields that you are experts in. And to mention that also the expectations and the conditions need to be of a balance, it needs to be balanced. Because in many areas that when you conclude or include young people, the expectations are quite high, but the funding or the conditions for young people to be part of, for example, the strategy is low. So you have to find a balance between, if you integrate a PA, there should also be funding and resources allocated to have a real meaningful youth participation in the strategy. This is highly important. And as I said, you are 650 representatives and participants here today. See us as your allies in this. We are highly committed to contribute to the region that we are working and living in. And to conclude that part, what would this mean in practice? If young people are involved in the strategy and also in this kind of context, the annual forum, for example, you have young people at the forefront of regional cooperation. And that is both a priority today, but also for the future. You also have the young people as experts and first-hand information on the trends and interests that are happening in the region that you might not have the experience or the channels or the platforms that you are not able to attend if you're not a young person. And one of the most important parts is young people can contribute to your work in your respective field of expertise. So there's a lot of remarks and a lot of reflections that I have on the strategy, but to be honest, or I will be frank to you, this is my first time attending this conference or this forum. So I'm not an expert on the strategy or the other macro strategies. It's been a real privilege to learn for me. But as I said, we have 3 representatives here knowing about this strategy and annual forum. It should be more widespread, I think.
Thank you for this. So your call is basically for a sort of horizontal involvement of young people in a very serious way, giving them also the resources and possibilities to be as pragmatic and as concrete as possible, right?
That's correct. But you know, the controversial question always tends to be the funding and the funding of it, and to balance the expectations and the conditions. But that is a strong priority and the utmost priority from our side in this.
Nadia, you work a lot with local and regional authorities. And you know very well what they need, you know very well the situation in which they found themselves right now. So from this perspective, what kind of cooperation with Baltic Sea strategy would be for you the most useful one?
Slavek, thank you very much, first of all, for the word cooperation, because this is one of the issues which we are tackling. Like Ukraine usually is asked, like when you are in international events, all are asking, what do you need? How can we help you? And of course, this is now already not the issue of helping. This is the issue of the real cooperation between communities, between regional authorities. And of course, this is all about the EU integration. We are now in the negotiation process. We receive now the 2nd report by our chapters. And this is very clear that starting from the community level, we need to implement the practical things, and we can make it by the projects. So if we just take as example the last session, which was about the last parallel session, which was about the cooperation with Ukraine and the clear examples, how our colleagues in the region implement. This was all about the EU regulations, how to implement the EU regulations on the ground in partnerships with the other countries, with the other EU countries, using different networks that we have already. And of course, this is all about our main goals. The main goal of all of us is comfortable and life, and doesn't matter which is the starting point. Because, of course, we understand that in some communities which were the occupied territories of Ukraine, the starting point is not the same as, for example, in Gotland. But at the same time, we understand that those people who are living in Ukraine, those people who live in Sweden, in Brussels, in whatever, they all need comfortable life, they all need clean water, they all need good transport, they all need jobs, they all need some good environment. And what are the main topics for the Ukrainian communities as well, if judging by the clear topics?
And if you look at the local level, because I think we are discussing before, and the cooperation is always two directions traffic, right? And when I had a meeting with young Ukrainians quite some time ago, they were saying that they would like also to give something to us in the EU, and they have something to share. And this in particular is this rather terrible experience of the war, where the communities have to stand together and have to get together. So there is these lessons of resilience that word that we heard here today and yesterday so often. So how it is that?
One thing is resilience, another thing we are probably now all Ukrainians have PhD in logistics. I mean, we are traveling. Some of them are traveling in other things with logistics, and I can say maybe the daily life planning is connected with the electricity. We were discussing these problems already here during several days. So of course we need to plan our life due to some external factors which are rather ununderstandable for you, because we also, like 3 years ago, we lived the same life as you are here. Like we even haven't imagined such kind of things, that we can be without water, without electricity for a long time, and we need to adapt our lives anyhow, because we need to continue our work, and we need to continue our projects. We need to live. And we need to develop our country. And now I can say that the motivation is even higher than it was before. So what we can share, this is definitely the fast reaction to the situations. This is definitely the civic security, which now each Ukrainian child, starting from a very, very small age, each child knows the rules, where they need to go if we hear the alarm, the air raid siren. This is one issue which probably could be useful for the communities in the European Union. Nobody knows if you will need or not. From the bottom of my heart, I really hope that we will not need this in the European Union. But at the same time, we need to be prepared for this. And this will build our communication better. This will build our dialogue better. Another issue is the volunteering. I mean, Ukrainians are crazy volunteers now. They are donating everywhere, every time. And from you who are here, you probably do not know who exactly, you don't know the others who come to me, but you were several people here, like around 10 people, who asked me, how can I donate and where can I donate? And I perfectly understand that this is a kind of the issue which you would like to offer to Ukraine, and we have a lot of different legal links, legal accounts, bank accounts where you can donate. So if you want to help but you don't really know how to help, you can always address to Ukrainians. All Ukrainians will give you the certain account on the certain topics, starting with the social issues, starting with the internally displaced persons, and ending up with the collecting for drones and different innovations in the military forces. This what can we do together for sure.
So innovation is there as well, because we also
innovation
spoke a lot about
drives
innovation.
Our lives. This is for sure, and we can feel this in Ukraine as well, because each family in Ukraine has soldiers, has people who are on the front line, and we really see the results of the innovations, what they are using, how they are using their arms, how they are connecting through different kind of things, how sometimes in the majority cases this is the main thing, the innovation is the main thing to save the life of the soldier. And we do not have so many soldiers as Russians have, so we are trying to do our best to save the life to the maximum, to use technologies.
Sige, the question actually we didn't discuss before, but I hope it's not going to be too difficult.
I told there will be some surprises.
But, you know, we spoke a lot about this contrast between this really compelling narrative for cooperation. I mean, we should cooperate as a Europe, we should really connect our excellences, our value chains, because this is the only way we can really survive in this global world. And then the difficulty in practical terms to put this cooperation into action. And I know in cohesion policy, I see very often that we are advocating regions, we are advocating member states to work together, to invest together, and this is not always materializing. And the reasons are different. Often the regions have this the idea of this inward-looking development. There are political reasons why I wouldn't like to spend the money elsewhere, whereas it's much more easy to spend it on my own territory. But would you, as a younger generation, have more appetite for cooperation? And if so, what is it that attracts you, younger people, to cooperate with the others?
Well, first of all, as you say, Slavomir, cooperation is the vital part for the world and cooperation between both us as humans, but also between nations and civil society. We have a very strong cooperation in the European civil society, in the European Youth Forum. So cooperation and support to different kind of actions are being done on an annual basis. As speaking for representatives of Sweden in this case, cooperation is on the utmost priority in the sense of battling and combining the polarization that we have. One thing that we do when it comes to civil society and the importance and the role that I think that we have is to shorten polarization and contributing to cooperation. And this could be on the level from local, regional, national, and also on the international. When we see now, we see a new trend from our perspective on the National Youth Council of Sweden that engagement are turning more to going into digital platforms and other platforms that was not in the way we see as engagement in going to a local club or some of the civil societies in your local community. We see that going to another direction now on digital platforms. So we see that engagement and cooperation are still on the forefront, but are doing it in a different way than we used to. So our role and what we are looking into now from the civil society in Sweden is how do we translate this kind of engagement, which is fostering cooperation from the digital world into the physical world. I know it's the answer to your question, but I think that I will stop there, yeah.
Okay, we are reaching our time limit. We have just 2 minutes left, so maybe 1 minute for each of you, and one thing you would like BC strategy to do in the next couple of years.
I know that not you. The strategy, the countries of the strategy are reviewing the action plan, and this is definitely something which could be also tackled through the next several months when you are doing this exercise. I remember that during the reviewing of the action plan of the Danube strategy, we really made some kind of a very good step towards the non-EU countries. That time now all the countries in the Danube region, like 5 countries, we have candidate countries and other EU members. So this could be probably one of the opportunities to think about the cooperation of the wider region. And if we are speaking today like 1 day engagement day and 2 days of the annual forum, if we are speaking about cooperation with the Ukraine on our or Norway or our other countries which are close to the Baltic Sea strategy and those who are legally connected by the different types of the common topics, maybe this is time to think about they're introducing more closely to the cooperation network, like Baltic Sea strategy.
Thank you. Sigge?
On our pre-meeting, you wanted me to end on a note of hope, so I'll try to do that. Well, on the note of hope, being here and meeting with the other macro-regional youth representatives has been one of the things that I will bring with me, and the contributions to the different regions and what they're doing in the structures that they have with involving young people in the macro-region structures. So, for me, as a takeaway and something I wanted to see in the upcoming future, that we deepen the cooperation and involvement of young people in this strategy. Because as Prime Minister Kristersson said yesterday, we need to solve our common problems in the region. And as Commissioner Ferreira said, we need to deepen the framework for cooperation. You as decision makers and also civil servants need to have a clearer view, a better understanding, but also integration of young people in your daily work and in the strategy.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think our panelists merit a warm applause.
Thank you very much, Slavomir, Sigge, and also Nadia. So we have come to the point of the closing remarks, and it's an honor for me to invite to the stage the County Governor of Gotland, Anders Flanking, that will give you the closing remarks. So, well.
Thank you very much. Yes, I realized that is my final speech as county governor. And I can say I wish my incoming Mrs. Charlotte Peter-Gornicka very welcome to Gotland. A fantastic county, a fantastic island in the middle of the Baltic Sea. And I hope you have realized that. Like me, that I realized that it's my last speech in this forum. Dear friends of the Baltic region, dear friends of collaboration and finding common cause, in today Europe's need each other more than ever before. We need a collective competence to effectively address the complex societal challenges to today. We need to pull our resources together to build a more resilient and secure Europe. And we need it in every country, in every part of this region. This is the core of the macro-regional strategies to facilitate this closer cooperation across Europe. These strategies are proven catalysts for building stronger relations, trust and understanding among our member states. Resilience is not given. We all need to contribute to the development of robust and secure societies. One of the most valuable components is trust. Trust in each other, trust in institutions, and trust is a result of collaboration, of learning about each other and working together for the common good. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the engineers of unity and mutual exchange that are needed for the more integrated Europe we all strive for. This aligns with the aim of the cohesion policy that the macro-regional strategies are part of. What we have witnessed here in Visby during these days and the past 3 days is a lot of collective competence and will to jointly address the many daunting societal challenges facing us today. The challenges discussed here in Visby represent a wide range of policy areas covered by 3 plenary dialogues and 27 workshops and seminars. I think it's a good presentation. I will highlight 3 areas of importance: resilient food systems and food production, sustainable and resilient transport systems, and finally, sustainable and secure energy systems. I hope you have found the setting of Visby and our Visby Strand Congress Center, of course, conducive to fruitful dialogue and exchange. In gathering upon the grounds of the historic Hanseatic city of Visby, you have made new contributions to this region, helping it grow even more prosperous, resilient, and environmentally friendly. By working together across borders of all kinds, you contribute to a more resilient society representing local and regional administrations, state agencies, civil society organizations, businesses, and academia. Every good faith dialogue in the workshops, every spirited and wide-ranging lunchtime talk, and every stimulating panel discussions you enjoyed over these days has contributed to a shared goal, fostering more strategic and long-term collaboration, built on trust and understanding of each other's societies. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged in the Baltic Sea region to rest upon a long history of mutually beneficial cooperation. From the wild Vikings and their voyages for foreign trade via the Hanseatic League's sophisticated systems of commerce to today's cobweb of pan-Baltic organizations and networks. Still, we have much to do and learn if we are to unleash the full potential of our macro region. My firm sense is that important steps have been taken here in Visby to deepen and further develop our collaborative processes. Yet dangers and difficulties still low. Ukraine remains in our hearts and in our minds. We are so impressed by how you are developing your country, furthering local democracy, and building resilience and under conditions of such significant adversity. We have much to learn from you, and we hope to further deepen the relations between the Baltic Sea region and the Ukraine. I express my gratitude to all of you Ukrainians who have joined us for this forum, shared your experiences, and initiated collaborative ventures. The Annual Forum 2024 is coming to an end. I think it's a sorrow, it's like a divorce maybe, but there are so many people to thank for making this event a success. In fact, I thank all of you in this room for contributing to building a more sustainable, resilient, and secure Baltic Sea region. I wish you all success with your important work. A warm welcome back to Gotland whenever you wish, and a safe journey back home. And don't forget, we make difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you, Anders. So now we all are thinking, where are we going next year? Where we will go in the Baltic Sea region, and we are going to the Pomorsky region in Poland. And I would like to welcome to the floor Director Stanislav Szulka. Where are you? Here are you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, the last, I think, important message for today is where we will meet next year. And I think that the right person to deliver this message is the leader of the region, which will hold the next forum. And so here I would like to invite you to listen the special invitation from the Marshal of Pomorskie region, Mieczysław Struk. Can I ask
Szanowni
the
Państwo,
video?
cieszę się, że dzięki gościnności Szwecji, która jest gospodarzem tegorocznego forum, przyjaciele regionu Morza Bałtyckiego mogli się spotkać w Visby, by rozmawiać o naszej wspólnej przyszłości. Bardzo żałuję, że z powodu innych zobowiązań nie mogę być dziś z Wami, ale województwo pomorskie, któremu mam zaszczyt przewodniczyć, jest silnie reprezentowane na tym forum. Tegoroczny temat jest bardzo ważny w czasach szybkich zmian, wyzwań, zagrożeń, przed którymi stoimy. Jednym z nich jest wojna Rosji z Ukrainą, ale także konflikty w innych częściach świata. Już za rok, w październiku 2025 roku, to my ponownie będziemy gospodarzami forum, którego współorganizatorami będą również Rada Państw Morza Bałtyckiego, Polskie Ministerstwo Spraw Zagranicznych oraz Baltic Sea Strategy Point. Tematem przewodnim naszego forum będzie Securing the Future, bo to właśnie razem musimy zadbać o wspólną przyszłość, zarówno w zakresie edukacji, kadr na rynku pracy, bezpieczeństwa energetycznego, ekologii i, co dla nas ważne, naszej tożsamości bałtyckiej. Październik 2025 roku. Polska, województwo pomorskie, Gdańsk. Serdecznie zapraszam i do zobaczenia.
Thank you. I truly hope to see you next year in Gdańsk. But until then, I would like to also invite you to co-create this forum, this agenda of this forum. So if you have any proposition of topics to discuss, any other suggestion, please do not hesitate to share it either directly with us or to the Secretariat. And last but not least, I think that this year's forum has set the bar really high. I think that the best proof of that is that so many of you are still here, listening to the end of this forum. That's not always happened. And I know that it can be a challenge for the next forum. But in fact, in Gdańsk, we really love challenge. And we are ready to rise to the occasion. So please be with us next year in October in Gdańsk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. So, I think also I now would like to thank our volunteers, our students from the Uppsala University with a warm applause. You have helped us so much. So, it's, as you see on the screen now, we very much would like you to help us to organize these kind of annual forums, the learnings, the lessons to learn. So we have prepared a questionnaire. You have received it in your email. You will receive it in your email in 2 minutes. And then you have a QR code here also. So when you are now traveling home, maybe you can also fill in this form and help us to learn from what we have experienced here. Thank you so much for coming here to us, to be with us for these days. We are also very happy that you have stayed for 3 days here in Visby, many of you. And now we just wish you a very safe journey back home and hope to see you back in Visby as maybe a tourist or a business partner or working with other important issues to build a safe and secure and sustainable Baltic Sea region. Thank you so much. And my last part here is I know everyone is sitting now thinking, when is the flight now? And when are the buses leaving? And will I catch the bus? And you will catch the bus. The bus is leaving at 2:45. 2:45, and there is no end. The bus will just continue coming and taking you to the airport until we have no more people in this premises. So don't worry. You will come to the airport, and we have talked to the airport. They are ready to help you with the check-in, because I've heard that it has been a problem to do it online, but SAS and the BRA is ready to help you. So just relax now and have a very nice lunch, And if you have any questions, we have a reception desk. You just go there. Thank you once again. Enjoy the lunch. Thank you.